The Senate will be out of recess. I call the Senate to order. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the session adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to Senator Birdsell for a prayer.
We want to thank God for the state of New Hampshire, and we want to thank the Senate for working so tirelessly for the state of New Hampshire. And we want to thank our constituents at this tail end of this very long session. We want to thank God that He has given us the strength and the strength to keep moving. With that, we will continue to work together. We will continue to work for the betterment of our constituents. In this, I pray. Thank you.
Senator Murphy will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll move on to the introduction of guests. Senator Reardon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to welcome 5 future constituents of mine from the south end of Concord. They're all rising 8th graders at the Runlet Middle School: Evie Cohen, Anna Sims, Grace Leanne, Lucy Blanchard, and Zoe Blanton.
Senator Ricciardi is recognized to introduce a guest.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to introduce our page for the day. His name is Peter Kukala. He's 14 years old. He's in 9th grade at Bedford High School. His favorite school subject is Roots of Thought Honors. His extracurricular activities is he's involved in the Bedford High School Youth and Government Club, Model UN, Go Green Club, Book Club, Mock Trial Club, Unleashed Bedford Trail Stewards. In the future, Peter plans to aspire to serve a career in government, ensuring that our great nation is led by the founding principles of liberty. In addition, he would enjoy working for political campaigns. Oh, I might call you. Aiding candidates and their teams in outreach coordination, logistics, finance, and more through such activity. He would be able to grow momentum for governmental reform and improving many of the lives of the citizens of New Hampshire. Thank you for joining us today, Peter.
Are there any further introduction of guests? Senator Avard.
Thank you, Madam President. We have an alderman from Nashua, from Ward 1, and it happens to be his birthday. And his name is Tyler Gouvier. He's up in the balcony, and I want to welcome him. Happy birthday. And I have 2 more constituents, Stephen and Beth Scare, up there on the balcony as well, and I want to welcome them as well.
Introductions of guests. Okay, seeing none, the Senate will be in recess for 3 minutes. The Senate will be out of recess. I recognize Senator Gray.
I move to remove HB 282 from the table.
The motion is to remove House Bill 282 from the table. It is a non-debatable motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to remove passes. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 282, an act increasing the maximum benefits for the first responders critically injured in the line of duty. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 8-0. Senator Pearl for the committee. But there is no.
Does he have anything?
No.
My apologies, Madam President. I do not have a write-up on this, but I would encourage everyone to pass it. How's that?
Senator Gray, are you? I recognize you to speak.
Certainly, Senator Pearl, has moved the bill. The original bill does help the first responders. It increases the limit that was in statute, and I'm sure that there will be another amendment coming forward. Or if we're ready, I will make the motion for that amendment at this time.
Okay. Just let me say this. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment 2025-2995S. I believe that's the right one.
Senator Gray has presented the body with Amendment 2895S, I believe it is. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Gray.
This is a long debated, long, hard-fought. Certainly, we all want to recognize the contribution our first responders make to the state, but we also want to do it responsibly. I believe that this amendment accomplishes those goals. Please support the amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Prentice is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the amendment, and I want to speak just briefly. A little over 13 years ago, the state made changes to the retirement system, specifically this group. I call them, they're the tier 2, but they're what I've called the missing middle. And these men and women and men, are those that are serving. They're in law enforcement and they are in the fire service, and many of them are providing emergency medical services as well. They are providing the most fundamental service to our communities throughout the state of New Hampshire, which is 24/7, 365 days a year, in the most extreme of conditions, taking care of protecting our communities. We value in the Granite State public safety. So this amendment represents the opportunity to go back to the original deal for this particular group that we have trapped in the middle. It is essential from where I sit, not just from my constituents in District 5, but from what I've heard from my colleagues and many friends in the public safety community, that those of our most experienced have left or have considered leaving. This is not a time, especially when we cannot and are having extreme difficulty recruiting new folks to our profession. So let's release them from that middle. Let's make good on the promise and continue to do what we do best in New Hampshire, protecting our communities. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2895S. Senator Long would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment also addresses the hard-hitting fact of Manchester School District loss in revenue, and I'm looking in voting yes on this amendment, just for that, given the taxpayers of Manchester the opportunity to prepare for something like that. And I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Birdsell.
When we were looking for a House bill to carry this budget compromise, we found HB 282, which increases the maximum benefits for first responders critically injured in the line of duty. We tabled this bill and addressed the issue in the budget, increasing the cap each biennium to $750,000. This bill would increase it to $1 million, which would provide sufficient coverage should we have a large number of first responders injured during the next 2 years. This is a way we can help all of our first responders in New Hampshire. I think it is a fitting vehicle for our budget compromise, and I'd ask the Senate to support the amendment and final passage. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2895S. Are you ready? Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Perkins Quokka, seconded by Senator Rosenwald. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes. The vote is 24 in favor, and there are no noes. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. What? Nope, it's here. Because I'm reading what's here. Okay, we'll be in recess for a few minutes.
We didn't take it.
Out of recess. I apologize, just a little bit of a mix-up, as you can tell, because so many things are being done last minute today. And I am rescinding the third reading. Without objection, the clerk is authorized to make technical and administrative corrections which are necessary to reflect the intent of the Senate. I recognize Senator Birdsell. Oh, I recognize Senator Gray first.
Motion to rescind the third reading motion. All right. Then I move. Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate President suspend all rules necessary to permit the consideration of House Bill 282 at the present time, and if adopted, to permit the third reading and final passage in the early session.
This is on the suspension of the rules, Senator. Okay, Senator Altschiller has requested a roll call on the suspension of the rules. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Fenton. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes. The motion passes 24 to nothing. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 282. Yes.
So, since we have already, now we have moved to suspend the rules, do we not have to redo the motion to remove House Bill 282 from the table and then also amend it? Or could I just have a clarification on the process? Thank you.
Okay. According to the clerk, in order to remove from the table, we need a majority vote. And we've already taken that vote, which is 24 to nothing. So what we're doing now is actually voting on the bill as amended. That's why we needed to suspend the rules. So we are at the point where we are ready to vote on House Bill 282 as amended. You're welcome. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 282. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is now ordered to third reading. Okay. Okay.
You got to put it in.
Okay. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 282 be, by this resolution, read a third time, the title be the same as adopted, and that it be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. We're in recess for a few minutes. The Senate will come out of recess. Let's see where we got everybody. With the baby. That's nice. So cute. Yeah, I know. It's nice to have. We're looking for Senator Avard and Senator Perkins Coca. There he is, and there she is. Okay. Without objection, Senate Rules 6-22C is suspended to allow consideration of the consent list. The clerk is instructed to enter all House messages into the Senate Journal. The clerk is instructed to read the first recommendation, and thereafter only the title of each bill shall be read. Senator Birdsell moves that the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference reports that are on the consent list before you today. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the House Committee of Conference reports. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 60 relative to termination of tenancy of the expiration of tenancy lease terms. The recommendation is the House recede from its position of non-concurrence with the Senate amendment, concur with the Senate amendment, and the Senate and the House adopt the following new amendment to the bill and amended by the Senate pass the bill as amended. That's it.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 60. Is there any discussion? I'm sorry? Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 60. In a year that voters told us their #1 issue is more housing, and despite a plethora of good ideas to change, encourage, and promote more housing, few of those ideas will cross the finish line. But here is House Bill 60 under the guise of purity of contract law that this bill will increase those who will struggle and perhaps not find housing. I did a lot of evictions on behalf of landlords during my career and always found sufficient cause in RSA 540, and that was echoed by landlords across the state. Now, instead of needing a legitimate reason, as provided in current law, no reason is needed. Maybe your landlord raises an eyebrow at your religious icons in your apartment. Maybe it's because you carry a gun and they feel uncomfortable. Or maybe it's because one tenant starts their truck with a really loud muffler early in the morning to go to work, and it bothers another tenant who likes to have their coffee in quiet. Gone is the trigger that ensured that housing availability would be measured before this provision is enacted. Despite other areas of law that allow limitations on contacts, anti-compete clauses can be limited already in our law, we pick arguably the biggest vulnerability of our Granite Staters, the struggle to find housing. Concord does not need an increase in its homeless population. No place in the state does, but it will happen. I urge my colleagues to put this on the back burner. Let's have this discussion on another day in the future when we have more housing stock, and I encourage all to vote against the adoption of the committee report on House Bill 60.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion on the committee conference report on House Bill 60? Senator Lang?
Madam President, I urge my colleagues to pass this provision. It was an interesting word used by the senator from District 15, a legitimate reason. The end of a contract is a legitimate reason. The rule of law, it means something in the state of New Hampshire. We have a contract, the people signed a contract, they knew the terms of the contract. When that contract is over, it's over. While I sympathize with the issue, it completely ignores the idea of property rights of the landowner, Again, this bill brings us back to the rule of law and that contract law matters. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 60. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Senator Rosenwald has requested a roll call. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Altschiller. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator McConkey?
Yes.
Senator Waters? No. Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator McGue?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator Long?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee of Conference report on House Bill 71FN prohibiting the use of facilities of a public elementary school, public secondary school, and an institution higher education to provide shelter for aliens who have been not admitted to the United States and relative to the Department of Health and Human Service contracts.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 71. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
President, very briefly, I rise in opposition to the conference report, and I do so because it carries a risk for the state to lose $12 million to the Bureau of Behavioral Health in the Department of Health and Human Services. We all know in here we have not solved the state's mental health crisis or the state's homeless problems, which are all over the states. This $12 million we're risking the loss of, which, by the way, is all federal funds, could help shore up programs in these two areas. I think we should be focused on solving New Hampshire's problems rather than being fixated on a partisan issue coming out of Washington. So I hope we will vote against the conference report. I would like to request a roll call. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rosenwald has requested a roll call. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Fenton. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 71? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator McConkey?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator McGue?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator Long?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee of Conference report on House Bill 377 relative to healthcare professionals administrating hormone treatments and puberty blockers.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 377. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice.
Then I rise in opposition to adoption of the Committee of Conference report. My very brief comments are consistent from what I've said in committee, what I've said on the floor in the past, as well as in our Committee of Conference. I believe that we are undermining two fundamental and foundational fundamental and foundational principles here in the state of New Hampshire. One is parental minor consent when it comes to medical treatment, and the second is legislating, prescribing medical treatment from the floor of from the floor of the Senate or any legislative body when we ourselves are not medical practitioners. Those are my objections. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Is there any further discussion on the Committee of Conference report of House Bill 377? Senator Altschiller wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the proposed motion of adopting the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 377. This legislation would prohibit licensed healthcare professionals from administering hormone treatments with puberty blockers to minors, a move that would not only interfere with established standards of medical care, but could place already at-risk youth in greater danger. I appreciate the committee's work regarding the continuing care element, as well as leaving the effective date as the Senate passed it, but I still must oppose this report. We have to remember puberty blockers and hormone therapy for youth are not administered lightly or quickly and do not only affect individuals who are transgender. It is also important to note that transition in no way begins with hormones or puberty blockers. This is not a process that is quick, it is not a process that is taken lightly, and it is always involving parental consent. These are carefully considered medical treatments provided under the supervision of trained professionals and only after thorough evaluation involving trained healthcare providers, mental health experts, and families. Denying access to these treatments doesn't remove medical issues in need of care, nor does it erase the identity of transgender youth. It simply removes their ability to access safe, evidence-based care, and the consequences can be devastating. Studies show that transgender youth who receive proper health care experience significantly lower rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. Denying this care does the opposite. This bill will force healthcare professionals to ignore best practices, to disregard what they know is medically sound, and to watch as young people suffer, knowing they have the tools to help, but they are barred from using them. This is not medicine, it's political interference. Again, I ask the body to vote against adopting the Committee of Conference report. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 377. Is there any further discussion? I recognize Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of HB 377. Medical professionals have preyed on some of our most vulnerable children and families. That is why this bill is necessary. DHHS has recently released a report stating that the so-called affirmative care has shown no positive benefit and has shown long-term and irreversible harm to our young people. So I ask, and there has actually also determined that there was no reduction in suicidal ideation attributed to affirmative care alone. So I ask you to please support HB 377. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Avard is recognized for a question of, oh, you wish to speak?
Yes,
You're
I
recognized
support,
to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I do support this as well. And I want to point out also that current treatments right now is basically another form of conversion therapy. You're not gay, you're just in the wrong body. And that's what's being pushed on some of our youth, which are very vulnerable at this time. I support this bill because it is another form of conversion therapy, which is indeed outlawed in this state at this time. So I support this bill strongly, and I'm going to ask for a roll call as well.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Avard has requested a roll call, seconded by Senator Innes. Is there any further discussion on the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 377? Okay. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGee.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The Committee of Conference report is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 464 prohibiting certain candidates for political office from participating in counting ballots.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 464. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 506 FN relative to the background checks during motions to return firearms and ammunition.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 506. Is there any discussion? Senator Gannon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In New Hampshire, we do not issue driver's licenses to illegal aliens, and it's the same in 31 other states. 10 states issue distinguishable driver's licenses that give either say it's an illegal alien or give some indication it is not a standard driver's license. 9 states give illegal aliens the same driver's license. So they're giving licenses to unvetted people who have come to our country, and we want to have New Hampshire be a little bit safer, and so we do not encourage that. This bill will send a message that New Hampshire welcomes legal immigration but discourages illegal immigration, and it will keep our roads safer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 506. Is there any further discussion? Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion to adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 506. This bill mandates that in certain court proceedings, judges may waive the background check in a petition for return of firearms removed because the owner was a danger to themselves and others around them. If, though, a judge does request a background check, which again, this bill makes it optional, if the judge does request a background check before returning the firearms, the Department of Safety must initiate a NICS check and respond within 10 business days. And if the department cannot prove prohibition, the individual's firearms must be returned even if the check remains incomplete. That compressed timeline is not only unrealistic, it's dangerous, most specifically because we know NICS checks in New Hampshire are incomplete, because unlike most states, New Hampshire does not currently report key disqualifying mental health events to NICS, including involuntary mental health commitments, not guilty verdicts by reason of insanity, and court findings of incompetency to stand trial. And without these records in the system, a proceed response from NICS is based on incomplete data, giving a false green light in cases where there are legitimate concerns. And this isn't a flaw, it's a fatal loophole. This bill also places enormous operational pressure on the courts and the Department of Safety. Implementing these procedures will require new personnel, upgraded data systems, and interagency coordination. And no fiscal analysis has yet to be provided for this bill, this far along. And yet, We should not legislate mandates without understanding the price tag. This is not sound policy. This is passing the buck. And further, the appeals process, while well-intentioned, places high procedural expectations on small courts that may lack the resources to meet them. A missed hearing by the Department of Safety or an incomplete file could automatically result in a firearm return, regardless of public safety concerns. I urge this body to pause. Let's not build a complex legal structure on an incomplete foundation. Until New Hampshire reliably reports disqualifying mental health adjudications to NICS, and until we evaluate the cost capacity of agencies to comply with this timeline, this bill is premature. We all share a commitment to protecting due process and public safety, but this portion of HB 506 fails to deliver either reliably or responsibly. With the amendment encapsulating Senate Bill 13 language also in this bill, as part of the interstate compact with our New England counterparts and many other states in the East Coast, we recognize licenses of other states, and we aid with enforcement of law, and other states are expected to do the same for us. If we begin this practice and another state takes offense, will they retaliate? Will they stop helping us collect overdue tolls, not renewing registration until fines are covered? There's also the matter of information being shared among states, suspended licenses, expired registrations, expired licenses, driving history. We benefit from the compact in gaining all this information. And if we adopt this policy, there is no guarantee that states won't retaliate and cut us out. We'll be worse for it. There are only a couple of licenses that this even has an effect on, and it creates confusion for our public safety officials when it comes to enforcement. Additionally, we have to acknowledge the messaging that this proposal sends out at a time when the Trump administration is chaotically kidnapping American citizens, foreign asylum seekers, outspoken students. Thank you.
Recognized.
Completely off of the topic of the bill, and it's also making accusations that are not substantiated against our president. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, please keep your comments to the Committee of Conference report.
Thank you, Madam President. With respect to the Committee of Conference report, adding the language of Senate Bill 13 sets up our law enforcement agencies for participating in the chaotic policies of the Trump administration, which we see by Yes.
Another point of order has
Great.
been raised. Senator Abbas.
Again, talking about the Trump administration's chaotic policies as it relates to the law enforcement. This bill, as it's written, if the police are doing their job and complying with New Hampshire law, to then classify them as engaging in chaotic behavior is I think a gross deviation from what the bill actually discusses.
Senator, again,
Thank
please
you.
keep your comments to the Committee of Conference report.
I'd like to clarify. That I did not disparage our law enforcement, as was insinuated from the comment from my colleague. I did not at all. In fact, what I am specifically saying is that this policy sends a message that jives with what we are seeing across the country of an inappropriate
Senator,
I haven't said
Senator,
anything.
you will not speak to the senator who has stood. Could
Madam, I
you
haven't
please
said
advance your comments to me. Senator Abbas, are you raising a point of order?
Again, it's being directed towards me, and it's talking about, I believe, the enforcement of the federal immigration laws. And I think that that's not appropriate to be directed at me, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Senator, this is the third point of order that has been raised about your speed.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to finish what I was saying? Thank you. Senator, I'm going to ask you to please cease speaking and to sit down. Thank you. Senator Fenton, you are recognized.
I guess I just want some clarification as well. The current speaker is speaking to the Committee of Conference report, but if it overlaps with federal law, I guess I'm wondering why she cannot bring that in.
Thank you, Senator. Because we're supposed to keep our discussions to the content of the Committee of Conference. What she's doing is bringing in the federal authorities, which is not there in the Committee of Conference report. We are supposed to keep our comments to the Committee of Conference report because this is an up or down vote. So, thank you. Senator, would you please sit? Thank you.
With all due respect, Madam President, I would like to challenge the ruling of the chair to cut off my comments on the Committee of Conference report for House Bill 506.
Okay.
May I speak to my challenge?
Yes, please.
Okay. So my speech draws a direct parallel between the message that the language of Senate Bill 13 sends out that is a mirror image of the messaging sent out by our current administration with regard to undocumented.
It is clear to me that the senator is using this speech challenging the ruling of the chair to continue her discussion, which is in question at the present time.
Madam Chair, is there a way that you would prefer I address the issue of my being able to continue my speech? Is there a way?
I would suggest that we take a break. You confer with your leaders, Senator Perkins Quokka, and your staff to figure out a way how to make your point without going too far.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So the Senate will be in recess. Will your challenge of the chair stand, or The Senate will come out of recess. I recognize Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to withdraw my challenge of the chair.
You may speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to just finish my objections to the Committee of Conference report for House Bill 506, drawing attention to the language inserted from former Senate Bill 13. And at a time when the precedent has been set of targeting people assumed to be undocumented, like the parents and spouses of active duty Marines, we should not be contributing to this mayhem. I urge my colleagues to vote against the Committee of Conference report. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 506. Is there any further discussion? A roll call has been asked by Senator Fenton and seconded by Senator Altshuler. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters. No. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avar.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
60.
The Committee of Conference report is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 557 relative to information that appears on the school budget ballot.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 557. Is there any discussion? Senator Altshuler.
President, I rise in opposition to the ought-to-pass motion on House Bill 557, adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 557. And much like many of the education bills that have come before us this year, this bill aims to give a skewed perspective to influence school funding by including only the proficiency level of the preceding year alongside a flawed cost per pupil interpretation. Voters are getting a very limited, targeted piece of information that is incomplete. And how are they supposed to interpret these numbers? Voters would know nothing about how these proficiency levels compare to the previous year. For example, how they compare statewide. It's a tiny snapshot in time with no context. Any number less than 100% juxtaposed with a figure in the tens of thousands could influence voters not to adopt a school budget. It is inherently designed to influence voters against passing a school budget. And it's worth noting that in this information that is required to be on the ballot, how much the state contributes to this cause is not mentioned. Only that which the property taxpayers have to make up because the state is inadequate in its contribution to the funding. Most of all, this whole thing is a distraction because, like I said, the state is not pulling its weight in funding its neighborhood schools. Instead of rigging up ballots, we should be sending towns the money they need to support this constitutionally demanded education that our students deserve. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote down the Committee of Conference report. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 557. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report, House Bill 613, relative to enabling local political subdivisions to vote instead of reduced default budget option.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 613. Is there any discussion? Senator Long?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion of adopting the Committee of Conference report. At a time when this body has made voting more accessible and less of a burden on both the voters and the poll workers, we add a requirement for those who would use an accessible voting system to notify the municipality 60 days prior to voting in order to comfortably vote is not consistent with our attempts in reducing the barriers and concerns with casting a ballot. The fact that accessible voting systems may not be present, as would regular voting booths, which the majority of voters rely on, does not address the concern. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 613. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on 712, limiting breast surgeries for minors.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 712. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to adopting the Committee Conference report. Again, my brief comments are consistent with what I talked about during public hearings, on the Senate floor, and during the Committee of Conference itself, two fundamental practices and privileges that I believe that we are undermining by adopting this report. One is the relationship in terms of parental and minor medical care decision-making, and the second is undermining the medical community, the Board of Medicine, in prescribing medicine, making medical practice from the legislature. I don't think that that's our job. Those are my objections. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 712. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Okay. A roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Birdsell. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi. Yes. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The Committee of Conference report is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee of Conference report on 718, requiring the State Board of Education to report the unfunded financial impact to school districts for rules adopted by the board which exceed state or federal minimum standards.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 718. Is there any discussion? Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion to concur on House Bill 718. This bill is an unfunded mandate and could have severe negative consequences on special education. It requires the Department of Education to report the costs local districts incur for each rule or even proposed rule. And these costs, as I have said before, they don't calculate themselves. The department will need to do this. The staff will need to do this, meaning one of two things. Either the department takes staff away from important educational services to crunch these numbers, taking away from important educational servicing, leading to worse educational outcomes for our children, or More likely, the department will use taxpayer money to hire a staff to do so. And in a tight budget year, we need to account for every new expenditure. And yet, we still have no clue what this unfunded mandate will cost. If passed, if we adopt this Committee of Conference report, this bill also opens the door to underfunding special education because it creates a report with a skewed perspective. It focuses on the unfunded impact rather than the impact on students. It tips the scales towards thinking only about cost and does not in any way consider benefit. And it puts our most vulnerable students at risk. For these reasons, I ask my colleagues to vote non-concur. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 718. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. At this point, I'm going to put the Senate into recess for lunch. Lunch will be served down in room 100 at 1 o'clock, and I'm requesting that all of you be back here in the chamber at 1:45. The Senate will come out of recess. I recognize Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider the following action taken by this body on House Bill 282. 1, reconsider third reading, final passage. 2, rescind order to third reading. And 3, ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is on second reading, open to amendments. You should all, who's taking this out? Senator Gray is recognized for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I move floor amendment 2898S.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any question on proposed amendment 2898?
This amendment just modifies some of the language to make it clear in accordance with our intent in the first place.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2898. Is there any further discussion on the proposed amendments? Senator Perkins-Coker.
Yes, Madam President, just making sure, has this fix been distributed to other stakeholders outside the chamber prior to the vote? Okay.
So we had the original amendment, but there was a typo, and we had to correct it. So Senator Lang.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this has been vetted by both the governor's office, the House members, as well as the stakeholders involved in the Group 2 consideration. The amendments needed.
Thank you, Madam President. If I could have just like a
Yes,
1-minute
follow-up?
recess. Okay. Or, I'm sorry, just a 1-minute recess just to make sure they're
Okay,
signed
we
off.
will be in
We'll be as
recess
quick as
for
we
1
can.
minute.
Thank you.
The Senate will be out of recess. I recognize Senator Perkins Coca. Did you want to speak, or?
I will just say we are all set. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 2898. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 282. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. I recognize Senator Birdsell.
Madam President, I move that the Senate suspend all rules necessary to permit consideration of HB 282 at the present time, and if adopted, to permit third reading and final passage in the early session. Thank you, Madam President.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. We just have to wait a second for the clerk to get back. Why? That's what you put in here.
Okay.
So are we set? It's okay. We're going to get through the day.
This one is to send it to third reading. I move resolution. This is doing the third reading final passage. We suspended to allow it.
But this,
Did it do it?
yeah, to permit in the final passage
Okay.
of the legislation.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee of Conference report, House Bill 1A, making an appropriations for the expenses of certain departments of the state for fiscal years ending June 30th, 2026 and June 30th, 2027.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Much, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the conference report on House Bill 1. As agreed to in conference, this report and the bill does not address the most pressing needs of Granite Staters, specifically the rising costs of housing, health care, child care, higher education, and energy. For these reasons, I cannot vote for this conference report. Thank you, Madam President, and I would like to ask for a roll call.
That was great.
Conference report on House Bill 1. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, a roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Innes. Yeah. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes. The Committee of Conference report is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2 relative to state fees, funds, revenues, and expenditures.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2. I appreciated the opportunity to be on the Committee of Conference for much of the discussion, just as I appreciated my time this year on Senate Finance. But my opposition to this COC report before us is largely no difference from my opposition to previous versions of House Bill 2. The budget simply does not meet the needs of Granite Staters, and it actually got worse in Committee of Conference. We've heard over and over again, and I think we all accept, that a budget is a set of priorities. So let's evaluate this budget based on some of the most important ones. First off, does this budget lower the cost of living for Granite Staters? Well, it imposes an income tax of up to $270 on some of our most vulnerable families. It raids the Renewable Energy Fund, which has saved taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars, and it funnels over $100 million away from neighborhood schools and towards wealthy families, driving up property taxes to make up the difference. So on priority number one, this budget fails. How about expanding access to opportunities for working families and small businesses? This budget invests no new money in housing, the overwhelming number one issue in our state. It makes a deep 18% cut to the university system, driving up tuition and pushing away young talent from our state. Families will continue to struggle with high rents and hefty property tax bills, while businesses will face difficulties recruiting and retaining a strong workforce. So on count number two, expanding opportunities, this budget fails once again. And lastly, does this budget make us safer and healthier? Well, the committee cut 18 filled positions from the Department of Corrections, which has done a really good job reducing recidivism, but where officers are already pulling double shifts and seeing added responsibility. The committee failed, and I know we're trying to fix it, to restore a broken promise to Group 2 members, which is not only a moral failing, but one that would have serious recruitment and retention consequences, again, at a time with high vacancies. And the committee kept a massive $51 million back of the budget cut to the Department of Health and Human Services, which is going to disrupt health and social safety services for all Granite Staters. So safer and healthier, not so much. 3 strikes, and this budget should be out. I really wanted to do that. It will raise costs, not lower them, reduce opportunity rather than expand it, and make us less safe and healthy rather than more. So let's do the right thing. Let's vote down this conference report so we can work towards a more appropriate solution for Granite Staters. Thank you, Madam President. And again, I would like to request a roll call.
Second.
Thank
From
you,
home plate.
Senator. Okay. So it's Rosenwald and Abar. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2. I recognize Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. Created a new tax, okay? Take exception to that one. The other thing that I did want to talk about is the back of the budget cuts, because this budget really came down to revenue estimates and other things. And in that budget, the difference between the governor's revenue estimate, the House's revenue estimate, $700 million. We were able to bring that to somewhere near a middle point. But we also put in there is that if the governor's right, and those revenues actually do come in, there's a process in there to eliminate those back of the budget cuts by going to fiscal, going to the council, and doing that. This budget does support the citizens of New Hampshire. It does support our most vulnerable, and I ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference Report on House Bill 2. Is there any further discussion? Senator Perkins-Coca.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, rise in opposition to the Committee of Conference report on HB 2. My colleague from District 13 did a great job explaining why this budget falls short on many measures for Granite Staters and demonstrating an incredible baseball swing. It will raise costs, not lower them, reduce opportunity rather than expand it, and make us less safe and healthy rather than more. Over the past week or 2 weeks, there have been many negotiations on the budgets. Democrats have stood ready, able, and willing to be partners in this conversation, but we have not been included in these discussions. And now, just as so many legislators have been excluded from this process, now this budget excludes so many Granite Staters. Think about this cliff we are at the edge of, a cliff that Granite Staters are also being pushed to the edge of. We cannot run our government with no plan and just an agenda. We were sent to Concord to deliver for Granite Staters, not jeopardize access to the services they depend on, often literally, to survive. We were sent to Concord to be who Granite Staters could depend on. When I evaluate our work, I do so with our Granite State families in mind. I think about how families know exactly what they have to do every day. Lunches to pack, groceries to buy and pay for, jobs to get to, and money saved for the future. The jobs they show up to, New Hampshire's small businesses, to get the door open, to cover that shift, put the inventory away. These families and businesses have told us again and again and again what they need. They need housing, they need childcare, they need education, they need a workforce. These families and businesses don't have the luxury of not knowing what comes next, of buying things without knowing how they're going to pay for it. But that's exactly the opposite of what we've seen in Concord over the past few budget cycles. We've seen massive tax giveaways to the ultra-wealthy and out-of-state corporations, and the bill has come due. It is forcing hard choices into the lap of our hardworking Granite Staters. We've seen an income tax for Medicaid recipients. Higher property tax bills are likely to come from this, an increase to the cost of health care, and decreased access. No funding for housing, and decreased funding for the university system, which supports our aspiring young people and hardworking small businesses. On top of it all, no help on those rising utility bills. At every step of the way, our caucus has been prepared and active in proposing solution after solution to better align this budget with the needs of Granite Staters. A couple of them, like the sale of the Sununu Center, restoring family planning, and Mondibus, made it in. But far too many of Granite Staters' priorities remain out. Instead, this budget is almost the hardest budget for any small business that we've ever seen, making life harder and less affordable for our families. Just because there is the political power to do something doesn't mean one has to use it. We have to remember that this power comes from the people, and at the very basic level, this budget should be for the people. In meeting their needs, unfortunately, this budget fails on those priorities for this state, and I unfortunately for that reason cannot support it. Thank you, Madam President.
Of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2. I recognize Senator Lang to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. As a yoga practitioner, one of the things I work on is remembering what I have, not what I don't have, and being grateful for the things we have. So let's talk about this budget and what we have in this budget and why we should be grateful for it. We maintained the Senate position and made sure that Medicaid didn't get a 3% reduction in payouts to providers. We made sure that the DD wait list was fully funded so no child and no developmentally disabled person is waiting for services. We funded our community health crisis, mental health program in the face of a mental health crisis. We went on and we funded our nursing homes to make sure we can shorten the time it takes for Medicare determination so we can take care of our seniors getting into the nursing homes and not making them wait in hospitals while the Medicare determination is happening. What else is in here? We funded congregate housing, again, to help our aging population here in the state maintain some of their independence. We increased funding in the face of declining enrollments for public education. We put money into developing our child workforce development programs to make sure we have the people we need in our child care centers to be able to take care of our children for our New Hampshire families. And lastly, Madam President, we funded clean water projects, especially in the southern tier that are overburdened and struggling with things to allow the clean water necessary to be able to have housing development, that without which we wouldn't have housing development. So again, Madam Chair, well, it's easy to focus on what I didn't get. I'm very grateful for what we did get in this budget and how good it is for the state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2. I recognize Senator Ricciardi.
I just wanted to say that I am in support of the budget. We all know it was a very difficult time. We have to work with what we have in funding. I want to my senator from District 2, said it quite well, but I wanted to add one final thought to it. If you say no to this budget, the number one absolute thing I hear from every Granite Stater is my property taxes are high, property tax relief. A no to this budget is saying you are not letting the towns get back the 30% of meals and rooms for property tax relief. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2. I recognize Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me just understand what's going on here. We just changed House Bill 282, which the other side is getting ready to vote on, to reflect an increase in the pensions of Group 2. We also added additional funding for Manchester, significant funding. So if you vote no on HB 2, your vote on 282 is absolutely meaningless, because without HB 2, 282 does not go into play. So you're giving up the mantle, from how I see it, you are giving up the mantle of leadership to the Republicans. So Republicans alone are going to be doing the right thing for 1.4 million Granite Staters while you simply sit on the sidelines. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2. Senator Abbas has a question of?
Thank you, Madam President. To my friend from District 2. And thank you for taking my question. Is it true that this budget, HB 2, provides a record amount of funding for public education?
That's absolutely true. Again, in face of declining enrollments, we are increasing New Hampshire's investment in our public schools.
Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2. Is there any further discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
I just wanted to address a couple of things that were said. First of all, I'd like to allay the fears of my colleague from District 9, because current state law is that 30% of rooms and meals revenue gets distributed to the cities and towns. That wouldn't change without House Bill 2. The body on the other side of the wall tried to change that. We put it back, but without this bill, that would still be maintained. And to my colleague from District 2 who said, it's good that we didn't decrease Medicaid provider rates. We didn't create a developmental disabilities wait list. We didn't cut funds for mental health. Okay, but we also didn't move those programs forward. We didn't increase Medicaid provider rates, which we know are still too low. We didn't increase some mental health services that it would have been good to, particularly our colleague from District 19 had a proposal to do that, which didn't make it across the finish line. But I think just staying in place is not necessarily good enough. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, a roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald and Senator Avard. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 2 is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8. I recognize Senator Birdsell.
Okay. Oh, 115. Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 115, having been ordered to the third reading, be by this This is,
There's so many of them. We'll get through.
I move to take 115 off the table.
That's the one.
Sorry,
Look, I have
Kim.
I want to congratulate all of you today because of all the paper that's been flying around and because of these amendments, what we've done today has really established precedent. It hasn't been done before. And we have to make sure we're getting it right. So if they ever encounter this in the future, we've laid the path for them. So I appreciate all your indulgence while we make it the correct path. So again, the motion is to remove House Bill 115 from the table. It is a non-debatable motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to remove passes. So where do I start here, Tammy? The first order of business is the committee.
So it's the committee amendment that's before us.
Okay. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Gray?
I would ask the Senate to vote down the committee amendment so that I might make a subsequent amendment.
Okay. Senator Gray is requesting that we vote down the committee amendment so he can present a floor amendment. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The committee amendment has failed. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move amendment, let me get the number right here, 2880S.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Senator Gray.
Certainly, everyone knows what this amendment is a continuing resolution, and I would encourage all of you to vote for that amendment.
I'm sorry, Senator? Okay.
Do we not need to suspend the rules to take on an amendment that has a fiscal note that has not been generated from finance?
Pardon? That's the next thing we're going to do, Senator. I'm being
Okay.
told the next thing we're doing, much like we did with the other bills that, with 282, the next step in the process is to suspend the rules.
Okay, just looking for clarification that we
Okay.
don't suspend, that we need to, do we not need to suspend before introducing the amendment?
Senator,
No.
it's my understanding that we need to get the bill with the amendment where we need it to be, and then we'll suspend the rules to vote on it.
Thank you.
Am I correct, Senator Gray?
I would like to speak to that after
Yes.
consulting the Senate Council, that we don't need to suspend the rules until we're taking the final action. And at that point, before we take that final action, a motion to suspend the rules will be in order.
Waters?
I think, Madam President, the question is on Rule 317 about non-germane amendments prohibited. And this is why I think that we need to have the suspension of rules before we consider an amendment. Now, if that's the case, it would be helpful for us to hear the explanation of why 317 doesn't apply. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go into recess, and we're going to consult with the Senate Attorney. Okay, I'm looking here. Yes?
If it will clear up this situation, I believe that we could entertain the motion to suspend all rules necessary at this time, and that will take
Okay.
care of it throughout the rest of this.
Okay, all right. Let's go to suspend the, okay. I'm going to recognize Senator Birdsell. Surprise.
I put everything away. I thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate suspend all rules necessary to permit consideration of House Bill 115 at the present time, and if adopted, to permit third reading and final passage in the early session. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Now, I believe the next step here, we were on, I would like, Senator Gray, would you like to get up and present the amendment again?
The amendment is 2880S. It is a continuing resolution that would allow our government to continue should House Bill 1 and 2 fail in the House. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there any further discussion on the amendment, the proposed amendment? Senator Perkins-Coca?
May we have a short recess?
Yes. The Senate will be out of recess. We are currently discussing the proposed floor amendment number 2880. Is there any further question on proposed amendment 2880? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Senator Perkins Coker.
Do you have something to say on floor amendment introduced from my colleague from District 6? That's where we are, right? Okay. Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this amendment so that an alternative amendment may be offered. Passing this continuing appropriation at this level would cut hundreds of millions of dollars from our budget, which again is already very close to the edge. So these are programs that we need. They're healthcare, they're developmental disability services, they're childcare, they're the university system. So in our estimation and work with the budget office, revenues could support a higher funding level, and we're here to offer an alternative to this resolution, which we hope you will join us on while still remaining fiscally responsible. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Again, we are discussing proposed floor amendment 2880. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I just remind everybody, in every conversation we had in talking about revenues, the first 6 months of this biennium is expected to have small growth, not no growth, but small growth. And that there was concerns due to, and that the spending we increased in the budget was based on the last 18 months where we expect revenues to be accelerated due to businesses, come driving back. And so I think that this approach is a good conservative approach, taking into account we don't know what the revenues are. We know we're being conservative on the first 6 months of the biennium in revenue projections, and this amendment reflects that conservative approach to make sure we don't overspend, which will only cause, if revenues come in worse than projected, and we've spent more than we took in, it's going to make the last 18 months of the budget even worse. So this conservative approach put forward by the senator from District 6 is a good conservative approach that is in alignment with what revenues we're looking at, and again will not potentially create problems for the last 18 months if we overextend our revenues. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2880. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 2025-2893S, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Right there.
Please?
Yes, you may speak to your amendment.
Thank you. So we should never be in this position on the brink of a total state shutdown. Granite Staters sent us here to deliver for them, to deliver stability, opportunity, and the tools to improve their lives. Failing to pass a budget, if that's where we end up, fails to deliver these basic needs. And I guess I need to say that the previous floor amendment certainly is no grand slam. There you go. And in fact, represents a $700 million cut over the first 6 months of the next fiscal year from the current fiscal year adjusted authorized. So that is a significant cut. But the reality is, here we are, and we need to provide the best outcome we can within our means. So that means at a minimum, any continuing appropriation must be as close to existing funding as our revenues can support. Working with LBA, that's what this floor amendment does. It gets us to 96% of fiscal year 25 adjusted authorized, which is what we have learned the revenue projections for the next fiscal year can support. And it also recognizes a very simple but fundamental fact that we are here to do the work for Granite Staters. We owe it to the people of New Hampshire to give them a stable budget that meets their needs. And we owe it to all the vendors that we do business with to get this done, to be responsible stewards for our state. This continuing appropriation in this particular floor amendment would enforce that, and it's a shorter period of time. We would give ourselves a month to get this done so we don't leave the people of the state and our contractors in limbo. I know we would all like to take the summer off, but we were sent to Concord for a reason, and that's to support aspiring young adults, hardworking families, small business owners, retirees, and everybody in between, every which way. So let's step up to the plate and do our job. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your baseball references. It brings me to remember two former colleagues, Senator Jack Barnes, who represented District 17, and Senate President Jeb Bradley. They both truly enjoyed those baseball references.
Senator Barnes, he was a big Red Sox fan. I'm a big Mets fan.
Oh.
Well, hometown team. Red Sox are doing better than the Mets are. They're neither is doing incredibly well, but thank you.
Providing us with some lighter moments this afternoon, Senator. We have proposed floor amendment 2893. Is there any discussion on the amendment, proposed amendment? Okay, seeing none. Okay, Senator Rosenwald has requested a roll call. Senator Waters has seconded. The question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 2893. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
You said yes? No, that's what I thought. Okay. Senator Waters. Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
No. Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
And Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. Floor Amendment 2893 fails by a vote of 8 to 16. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 115. Senator Fenton would like to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. You know, there's been a lot of talk today about how a vote for this is somehow a vote against that. And I just want to be very clear that my colleagues and I, we are here, we've always been here to work and get things done, and we are here to vote yes because we need to keep the state open and running. This isn't just about political games, it's about ensuring that our government can function and serve the people of New Hampshire, and that is our sole responsibility here today. And that's why we are going to vote yes today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 115. Are you ready for the question? Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. I recognize Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that HB 115, having been ordered to the third reading, be by this resolution read a third time. All titles be the same as adopted and be ordered by the Senate to be passed at the present time in the early session.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. We're going to go into a brief recess because the clerk needs to process paperwork. The Senate will be out of recess. Senator Birdsell moves that the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference reports that are on the consent list before you today. Are you ready for the vote? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 97 FM relative to
14 first.
Oh, I thought you wanted to go back to 14 first.
Sorry, there's some bill shuffling going on.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 14 relative to penalty for certain fentanyl-related offenses.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 14. Is there any discussion? Senator Gannon is recognized.
To table.
Okay. Senator Gannon has made the motion to table. It's a non-debatable motion. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 14 is tabled. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 97 FN relative to interdistrict public school transfers.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 97. Is there any discussion? Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam President. Despite, I rise in opposition to the Committee of Conference report to Senate Bill 97, despite analyzing this proposal 9 ways to Sunday and asking questions over and over and over, the underlying policy proposal of Senate Bill 97 is still flawed. And it doesn't answer the dilemma of how can a school plan and accommodate enrollment and programming for new students who move into their school district when that school has already accepted out-of-district students and reached existing capacity. Actually, wait though. What is existing capacity? Nobody knows. Undefined. The rubric of teacher-to-student ratio has been eliminated, so what does the superintendent rely on now? Fire codes for building capacity? Is that what they're supposed to do? Who knows? We don't know, because it's undefined. And what about the student who experiences manifest hardship? Where do they fit into this equation now, when any parent can move their student across the district for any reason? Parents can move their children every year to accommodate changing work schedules or childcare schedules. Per the language of this Committee of Conference, Senate Bill 97 is yet another way to siphon public tax dollars out of our neighborhood public schools over to private schools. This opens the door for parents to petition superintendents to place their children in a private school outside of the already existing voucher program and have the town pay a portion, a significant portion of that private school tuition. Under the system that this bill proposes, if special education students who transfer to a new school and are evaluated as needing a program that is more expensive at their previous school, the taxpayers in the new school will be responsible for paying the additional cost. Bottom line is that Senate Bill 97 has the state imposing a dynamic that does not treat students equally or equitably, because this option is only accessible for some parents and not others. Instead, we should be making sure that intra-district transfers are about student education and well-being, not simply because there's space somewhere. For these reasons, we respectfully recommend the Senate non-concur. Thank you, Madam President.
Conference report on Senate Bill 97. Is there any further discussion? Senator Sullivan wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. It is my hope that today is the last day that we hear the word vouchers in these chambers when it applies to education freedom accounts, because as I've tried to explain numerous times, that is not what we have here in New Hampshire. We have education freedom accounts, which are savings accounts and not vouchers. That being said, this is an intra-district school choice program. The taxpayers that are paying their taxes it's the same tax across the board. How this could be somehow burdensome to the taxpayer doesn't even make any sense. You're paying your property taxes for that school district, and your child would already be in that district. They're just transferring to a different school in that district. But when you want to talk about equality or equitable education, our current schools are segregated by socioeconomic status, and in a lot of cases, like in Manchester, our refugees are all put in one neighborhood. They attend one school. This gives equality. This gives families a choice. This gives kids a leg up. And it should be because the parents think it is in the best interest of the child. That should be the qualifying factor, not because the superintendent okayed something or didn't okay it. This is what we've been fighting for in so many bills this session, is parental voice, parental choice, and parents guiding the education of their children. And nothing says that more than this. This is a pro-public school bill. So the opposition to this is actually surprising to me at this point. This strengthens public schools and keeps children in the public school system. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 97. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report, Senate Bill 213 FN, relative to absentee voting.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 213. Is there any discussion? Senator Long?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion of adopting the Committee of Conference report. I rise to share my deep concern about Senate Bill 213, formerly House Bill 340 FN. At its core, this bill is simply too vague, and that's not just a matter of opinion, it's a serious legal problem. Under long-standing legal principles, the law is considered unconstitutionally vague if people of common intelligence must necessarily guess at its meaning. This is exactly what we're dealing with here. Even if a law doesn't directly regulate speech, if it's too vague to be understood or followed with confidence, it violates due process. It fails both the public and the justice system. And when that happens, the lawsuits start to follow, challenging the statute itself and challenging actions taken under it. These legal challenges will be costly, not just in terms of time and resources, but financially. Municipalities and the state will bear the burden, and ultimately, so will taxpayers. Let's look at some of the language of this bill that changed from specifically designed to in any way designed, or even worse, having the effect of influencing, is dangerously subjective. What does that realistically mean in practical terms? How is the average person, let alone a public employee, supposed to know if something they say or do might influence someone's vote? Let me give you some real-world examples. A police officer stops for coffee while on duty and casually mentions to the barista that they're voting for a certain candidate. Someone overhears. Is that now a violation? A public school sends out an email to parents informing them that their child's classroom is moved because the heater broke. Meanwhile, there's a bond on a ballot in November to replace the school's heating system. Is that email now considered electioneering? Or consider this, 2 town employees are having a private conversation about the election in a municipal building. A resident walks in and overhears it. The conversation wasn't public until it suddenly was. Is that a violation? This bill opens a door to exactly these kinds of gray areas. Situations where intent is unclear, context is ignored, and ordinary behavior could be misinterpreted as illegal. And with no clear standard, enforcement becomes arbitrary at best and unconstitutional at worst. We should not be asking our public employees or our judges to guess what behavior is allowed and what isn't. If the goal is fairness and clarity, the bill falls far short. Instead, it invites confusion, legal challenges, and unintended consequences. And that is not how we make good law. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 213. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report, Senate Bill 218, relative to absentee ballot outer envelopes.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 218. Is there any discussion? Okay. Senator Perkins Quokka.
Very sorry, Madam President. I just want to confirm we're on SB 218.
I'm sorry?
Are we on SB 218?
Yes, 218.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Several people were speaking to me, which was great, but just wanted to clarify. We rise in opposition to this Committee of Conference report, as I've stated and had the conversation many times with my colleague from District 6. We are in favor of all ways to make it easier to vote, to make sure there are burdens that are not placed on our voters that are unnecessary. We view having to provide this kind of documentation simply to come vote to be overly burdensome, and for that reason are opposed to this conference report. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 218. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 221, relative to the verification of the checklist.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 221. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 287, requiring applicants for absentee ballots to present a copy of their photo identification with their application.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 287. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion of adopting the Committee of Conference report on SB 287. I rise to express serious concerns about this bill and implications for both the voters and for our hardworking municipal clerks. On the floor of the House on this bill, Representative Berry said that you could email this information, supporting information in if you want to. The plain language of this bill does not match the information that we've seen presented on it. Some clerks might allow that providing documentation be provided digitally, via mail, or other ways. Others may not. But what we see here is a problem that if we do pass this piece of legislation as written, we're creating an inconsistent standard that it's going to be difficult to implement for our clerks. Without clear guidance or guardrails, we're putting a burden on our clerks to interpret this, as well as our local election officials. What we actually see in this is that instead of relying on your voter registration when you go to request an absentee ballot, you're being asked once again to provide the same documentation that established your registration in the first place. So our registration should mean something, and when you go to collect your absentee ballot, you shouldn't have to present your documentation again. So this bill, as written, never had a hearing over in the Senate. This is the first time we've seen this language, and unfortunately, I think it's very likely to create confusion, place unnecessary burdens on our voters, and is not about establishing anything new in order to place your vote, because that has already been established at the time of registration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 287. Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Altschiller. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Roosevelt. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 287? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator McConkey?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator McGee?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator Long?
No.
Senator Perkins Cuoca?
No.
Oh, what am I doing? Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Carson?
Yes. Okay. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 287 is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8. Okay. I recognize Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to amend the Senate rules with the amendment provided here today, and you will all have it in your packages.
Okay. You want a few? The Senate will be in recess for a few minutes. Birdsell moved to amend the Senate rules with the amendment provided today. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted by the necessary 2/3. Okay, at this point, we are going to take the opportunity to express our gratitude to our staff. I think we all know we can't do the things we do every day without our staff. They direct us, they tell where we need to be, things we need to do. They help us out in so many ways. And I personally cannot thank all of you enough. It's been a little chaotic because of the LOB shutting down, and it's going to get even worse. We're going to be having hearings, public hearings over in the state library. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all of you for all your hard work. We can't do the things we do without you. And I want you to understand that, and that we really appreciate you and the hard work you do for us every day. I have to give a shout out to my aide, Matthew. Come on, Matthew, stand up. Yeah. Matthew has proved to be completely indispensable, reliable, hardworking. I can't do the things I do without Matthew, because he controls my calendar, and I live by my calendar. He's always there when I need him. He gives me advice sometimes. Sometimes I listen, sometimes I don't. But I just can't say enough about Matthew and how much I appreciate all your work for me, Matthew. I really can't say enough. So please, thank you, thank you, thank you. While I got my little card, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the other staff. Tammy and the clerk staff. This has truly been a year of transition. We gained staff, we lost staff, and through it all, Tammy has kept us moving. Sometimes it might appear to be a little chaotic, but we still get to the end where we need to be. And I want to thank Tammy for all her hard work. She picks up the phone when I call her on the weekend. If I need to talk to her about anything, she just runs upstairs, or I'm up in her office to make sure that everything runs as smoothly as it possibly can in this chamber. So all of you, all of the staff here, thank you so much for all your hard work on our behalf. Terry, and I don't know if Dave Alaconis is here, but again, I think I drive Terry crazy because I always say, can we do this? Can we do that? What about this? What about that? And all while he's still trying to manage this place, he's also trying to bring me in at the same time. And again, we're at a point of change. As you know, we've got the construction of the parking garage that both Terry and Mr. Alaconis are managing. And if you notice this week, all the moving of equipment, everything out of the LOB so they can start the repairs. Terry made sure that our senators were taken care of over at the annex to make sure that you had everything you needed. So thank you so much, Terry. Your work has been just terrific. Thank you. Yes, it's the full team, but you direct the full team. And please give my thanks to Mr. Alaconis. I'm sure he's hard at work. I'd also like to give a thank you to Patrick Murphy, who's in charge of Senate research. Patrick is another employee who is just indispensable. We approach him with sometimes very convoluted research, and he's able to work through it to get us where we think we want to go. And he provides a tremendous amount of guidance for us. Your work, again, Patrick, is impeccable and extremely valuable to us, and I would like to personally thank you for everything. And he also helps Tammy, so that's important too. Thank you, Patrick. Okay, do we have others who would like to? Okay, first we're going to start with Senator Avard.
All right, real quickly, I want to thank Marie for all that she does. She lets me go out of the office when I'm allowed to. And yeah, and I go anyway, but also Tricia, her sidekick, because she still monitors me as well. They're amazing, and obviously very grateful for them always. They always pick up the phone and they make sure that I don't look bad. I do my best to try to look bad, but they make sure I don't. And sitting right behind them is one of my favorites here as well, of course, Virginia. She introduces me as the singing senator to all the kids, and she says he's the most famous, and she makes me feel like I'm 10 feet tall. And you and your staff do an amazing job. You're an encyclopedia. She walks the kids around, and she just knows this building inside and out. And if you need to learn something about whether it's a mural, anything to do with the building, you're amazing. And we really, really appreciate you.
Okay, there was Senator Rochford.
So I'm new here. So Senator McConkey and I were freshly minted senators on December 4th, and we walk into our office with our assistant Kathy, and the first thing she let us know very clearly is we do things differently here in the Senate. And I think that's sometimes hard for us who have spent some time on the other side of the wall to understand what staff does, how to use staff, how to make the best use of our time. But I think Kathy's really helped us out, both of us, in that process. So we couldn't do that without her. I think probably she's in the middle of writing a book, How to Train a Senator, because we've given her stories for that this year, certainly. So it's been wonderful. And I also want to thank Sophie Walsh from Health and Human Services. This is a new committee for me, a new committee for Sophie, and as you all know, it's a busy committee. There's sometimes some really passionate discussion that goes on in there, and Sophie handles it cool, calm, and collected all the time. Nothing gets her rattled, nothing gets her fried. Her work is impeccable. Please don't have any thoughts about taking her away from HHS, because I want her to be there for a long, long time. And I also want to give a shout out to Kate. Kate helps us out on HHS a lot as well. She gets me out of trouble when I do things that maybe are not per protocol or whatnot, and she does it with grace and respect, and these are the people that keep this body running, and I just thank them very much.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few of our staff members to thank. So first is Scott Kelly and the IT team. I'm not sure where you are, Scott, right now. But the IT team, being a technologist myself, I know how end users are. And we have 24 difficult end users in this room right now that he supports, and I greatly appreciate that, and getting my emails at 1 o'clock in the morning. Thanks for that. Next up is John Bastille and the Media Services team. They do a great job. Again, these are the people that manage not only the live streaming that's going on right now, but also the live streaming that happens in our committee rooms, and somehow they still make us look good. So thank you to the Media Services team and John for that. And last up, there's some people in the room that aren't in the room today, and that's our Protective Services team led by Chris Vedder and Chief George Brown, who I realized him and I taught firearms together at the police academy back in the 80s. Again, these guys do a great job. We saw their response to the protest that happened in the Finance Committee room. Again, they're here for us to protect us. walk us out to our cars in difficult days. So again, I want to thank them for all they do to keep us safe and to keep the State House clear. And lastly, Sonia. So Sonia over there is my aide, and she had a difficult transition. She went from a Democrat to a Republican this year, which was not probably an easy move for her. But she made the transition really well. She did a great job. Sonia's my committee aide as well in Ways and Means. But then it was great to continue to work with her and have her be my aide in my office. She has some stories, and she's promised she's never going to tell them. So thank you for that, Sonia. You keep me on task, you keep me going, and I very much appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Senator McConkey.
Thank you. David was very eloquent in what he said. And I know that he and I could not have even started this process without Kathy, so thank you. To the rest of you, I'm the worst person with names, so I apologize. But I absolutely adore the work that you do, and it's such a special place to land here, so thank you. I also have to say something, Christopher Champagne, that I could not have ever made it to capital budget, whether it was in this House or here in the Senate. So I thank you for all of your hours and the willingness to call and listen to me at any hour. Thank you.
Senator Waters.
Well, thank you, Madam President, and I just want to, my great gratitude and thanks to Jess. And when she showed up in the office and said, well, you know, Senator Waters, you know, we worked together before, and I know how you work, and I thought, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. She knows, you know. But it really has been fantastic to know someone who can just such complex schedules and legislative work and so on, and to keep me on track. And how many times I'd come in from my car and all in a huff and a bustle and say, well, Jess, do you have, I'd like you to get this. And she said, Senator, it's already on your desk. And that just shows. And I really appreciate it, Jess. Thank you.
Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Senator Carson and colleagues. I have a few people that I'd like to thank, and surprisingly, I will keep this brief. First of all, without naming all of the different names, those that staff our committees have been so important to the work. I went from 2 committees to 3 this year, and especially having a new committee. There was a little bit of an adjustment, and you have all been just tremendous. I too want to thank Protective Services for the work they've done. This year, we've seen an escalation in the kind of coverage that we have, and I feel increasingly safe and settled here in the State House. And our State House nurse for leading the medical team and making sure that we're always at what I call mission zero. So thank you very much. Nick and Tommy, policy staff in our office have just been, they were new this year, but it was like they've always been here and have just done a tremendous work in supporting me. Tammy and your staff here in the clerk's office, as well as OLS and LBA, but I have to tell you that I've had to call Tammy off hours because I had a technical issue that I was losing sleep over, and she took the time and was able to walk me through it. So I greatly appreciate that. And last but not least, our new Senate aide that I share with Senator Reardon, Vivian. I'm not sure Vivian, so new, learning on the job every day, drinking from a fire hose, 2 busy senators, and staffing a committee. You've done a great job in just giving us support every day when we do our jobs. We know when we come in, the things will be settled for us. And if we need something, you answer the call always. Thank you.
Senator Gray.
It is my privilege to thank LBA and OLS. Okay? As the chair of finance, those 2 groups are the ones you depend on day in, day out. And how late were they here last night? Very late, okay? And the things that you see, especially during the end times of the budget, we go home, they're still here. They're doing the amendments. They're doing the papers that are required. And I hope that when James Vera got the job, that he also bought a lottery ticket on there, because he won the lottery the day that he took over and that wonderful staff that he has. In addition to the rest of the LBA people that you guys deal with, there's also the audit division. And the audit division is one of the ones that I deal with when we're doing fiscal, okay? So again, that's another one that a lot of you guys don't deal with, provides a wonderful service to the Senate, a very needed service to the Senate. So thank you guys very much. Now to the people who assist me the most. When Jessica got the job as being the aide for elections, I said, how did you draw the short straw? She says, I volunteered for it. So thank you very much. It's been a wonderful relationship. I think we've worked well together. There's one other person who I can't mention, because she told me if I came up here and I mentioned her, she would yell at me. You notice she's not in the room, so I'm not going to mention her name. She says, you know, I take care of her during the year so that she feels appreciated and well-liked. And so without that, I won't mention her name. But again, all of you are wonderful. Thank you very much.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Jones, I think when he was assigned his 2 senators, it was done with intention. Here's a lovely, quiet, sweet woman, and then there's me. And Aaron has been so enormously supportive over the last 3 years, I just can't thank you enough. I tend to fly at a fairly high level, 20 or 30,000 feet. He's down there with the details, and he keeps me on track. He deals with the constituent issues. If I give him something, I don't have to worry about it ever again. And that is the best thing I could ever ask for. I can't tell you how much I personally appreciate you, Aaron. Thank you so much.
Senator Ward.
Aaron Jones. I can't add very much to what you said because I am such a nice, sweet lady. But what I really appreciate about you, Aaron, is that you anticipate things and you have things ready. And I can always ask, you know, where is that thing? Do you remember that person? And he says, let me check. Oh, yeah, it was such and such a thing. And it's great to have somebody who can figure things out and have things ready. So thank you very much, Aaron. I also want to say thank you to Ryan Malidi, you there, for his wonderful hearing reports. That was really great. And when I need to refresh my memory what actually happened, I go through them. And I also see Rick Lambert down here. Thank you very much for what you do and help us on that particular committee. Thank you very much. And there's so many more people, I just can't mention them all, but thank you.
Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you. Well, it's so many people to thank. So with a broad brush, I want to thank everyone in this room, from staff to my colleagues that I work with and to my leadership. I want to mention my aide, Max, who I feel is like a son to me. He's a very skilled writer. He keeps me on my toes. He double checks. If I get here and I just go straight to caucus, he'll be texting me, are you here? Are you in the building? Maybe he keeps me mindful. And I don't know what it is about the aides I get. I get really attached. I feel like they're my sons, and they all leave for law school. So I want to wish Max well, and he better stay in touch with me. And you know I will do anything I can to help you. I really would be remiss if I didn't recognize one of the most caring, compassionate, and skilled people in this room, which is our wonderful nurse, Miss Jennifer. She took care of me, and I am not a good patient because I'm not used to being sick. I think I gave her a hard time and did not want to go to the hospital, but that's okay. She took good care of me. I also wanted to say to Aaron Jones for your great work in commerce, and Vivian, where are you? Vivian was new, and she became the aide to transportation. One of the most conscientious people I've ever met. She cared so much about doing the job well, and she didn't do it well, she did it perfectly. And I know we need to be brief, but I have to give a shout out to Donna, who comes by with a cheerful smile and cleans the office, and all the staff who clean the State House for us and go around. And I want to make sure that they're recognized, because we can't do anything without all of you. Thank you.
Senator Fenton.
Thank you, Madam President. A lot of everyone in here has already been thanked, but it's truly amazing to see all of us in one room together, because I think, you know, we as senators are kind of in our own world. We kind of have tunnel vision a little bit, and, you know, seeing behind the curtain, you know, with all of you folks here that make this ship run, it's truly amazing. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our staff, Nick and Tommy. I used to be one of the tallest guys here. Tommy, you kind of took that away from me, but that's okay. We'll forgive you. And Jen G, I think you're behind me. Jen, thank you so much for everything. I was on 4 committees this year. I don't know who I pissed off, but I'm on 4 committees. And my aide was able to handle that all, Sophie. You know, I think I said this last year, but Sophie worries too much and I worry too little. So we're a very good match. And I had the prettiest binders, most organized binders this year. And that's because, you know, Sophie was on top of absolutely everything. We had, you know, between all those committees, between moving to the annex, you know, I think I had an old fork in my drawer, and even that made it over to the annex. I'm not sure how, but, you know, she's just on top of everything, every little detail, every constituent request, and I can't thank you enough, Sophie, so thank you.
Senator McGue.
Thank you, Madam President. So I don't know where to start as a freshman senator and a former House member, so I'll just start right at the beginning. Ryan, you took me in, you got me my binders and folders, and then you got ready for law school. You're going to be a great lawyer. If you need a great lawyer in about 3 years, he's going to a super school, Washington and Lee, I think, right? So get in touch with Ryan. And Kathy adopted me, and you think you have great binders and folders, and I haven't seen them. But Kathy, now, let me tell you, that is something to aspire to. She has got the most unbelievably perfect folders, the paper clips in exactly the same spot every time, with the agenda and the minutes and the appointments, and what a treat. So she took me in, took me under her wing, and really showed me how it was done and got me on the straight and narrow. So I appreciate that, Kathy. I don't see her here, actually. So hopefully, Kathy, you're listening or watching. I really appreciate that. A couple of other shout outs. Tricia, the Majority Caucus, taught me a lot about how the caucus runs and how do we do things there. Peter, for some press releases, I appreciate that. Virginia, the way you treat those 4th grade classes in now what's 4 towns for me. Really, really a treat, and you've taught me an awful lot too, keeping me in Christmas ornaments. And if you haven't bought one yet, I was the first senator to get one. I'm pretty happy about that. So get them before I buy the rest. They're unbelievable this year. Terry, thank you for letting me keep all the trash I find in the halls. Doug and the operations staff, he's the guy I call. Hey, I see somebody carrying something to the dumpster. Can I keep it? And that's usually where I get my furniture. It started with the former governor who was tearing some bookcases off the wall. Well, they're in my office now, housing some liquor bottles, commemorative liquor bottles from 50 years ago and from 90 years commemorative, thanks to Virginia, who taught me the story of those liquor commission bottles. So Amanda from Legislative Services, where are you? Jen staff, Amanda right behind me. Got me squared away on everything from name tags and extra business cards as a House member, and extra name tags for Senator Reardon and I, and all kinds of things. So anyway, so many people to thank, and thank you all for embracing me as a freshman senator and showing me around. And the Senate clerk staff, who knew that you guys all had these great snacks in the ante room here? Don't let that secret get out, because we'll all have primaries. Anyhow, thank you all for embracing and making this first year really, really, really great. Thanks again.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start by thanking Jen Gallagher, who is just amazing. And I'm also on 4 committees. I never know where I'm supposed to be, but there's always a folder on my desk with everything I need. The binders are perfect, and you keep me going in the right direction. But what's really amazing is the constituent feedback I get. When people call and say, I'm having this problem with X, Y, or Z, Jen takes care of it. And sometimes I get emails from them saying, your assistant was so helpful, so kind, so thoughtful, so wonderful. So she's amazing. Don't try to poach her. Nick and Tommy, you're the best. And I also want to thank both the LBA and OLS. I would not be able to function on Finance or Ways and Means without either of these departments at all. You're always there, cheerful, helpful, and amazing. And finally, I would like to thank the Sergeant at Arms staff for this chamber, who I think is always helpful and makes me feel very safe. So, thank you.
Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd first like to say it is a wonderful way to end the session by recognizing all of the people who make us look good all the time. I will echo what's been said about Jen and Nick and Tommy that have supported us and done it so well as newbies coming into this process. I also want to thank Administrative Rules, my new roommates over at the annex here. We'll be great together, really. And OLS and the LBA for your professionalism. Everything is always done perfect. Your patience with my questions, and mostly for your sense of humor, because I think that's probably how we'll get through it all. The same for the Senate Clerk's office. I appreciate all of the professional that you bring to us here. Terry always tells me I'm the biggest pain in the neck, and from what I've heard here, I think maybe there's some competition for that there. Yeah. And I want to point out especially Vivian Hall. She and I both came new to this process this year and did a roller coaster of learning together. She managed so much, including the 4 committees that I'm on and appointed boards and all of that, in addition to Senator Prentice's work and her own committee. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate you being there, always keeping us with reminders, dealing with constituents, which may be the hardest part of that, and enjoy a little bit of quiet time without us. Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to express my deep gratitude and appreciation for the hard work the support staff here does. The amount of work that you folks accomplish in this building with the number of people that you have is astonishing. And I see it every day, and I really want to tell you how thankful I am for how much time and effort you put into this job, and I'm honestly astonished. I mean that. Thank you very much. My assistant, Pete. I have to tell you, there's 2 people in the world that make it possible for me to be here. One is my wife, and the second is Pete. I hope she's not watching right now, because I'll hear about that later. You know, I actually had a job 25 years ago as a Senate aide, and I thought I was good at the job, but Pete's better. My calendar, my folders, my constituents, my email, the phone calls, he keeps me on track. I know where I need to be, when I need to be there, and my stuff is always there. I have never left wanting. Pete, your competence is amazing. When I walked in here 2 years ago as a freshman senator and I got paired with a brand new aide, I thought, oh boy, I hope this goes okay. It has gone better than okay, my friend. I hope you're with me as long as I'm in this building. Please don't go anywhere. Please do not take him away from me. I need him.
Where he is, he does a
Thank you
great
very much,
job.
Madam President. Pete, thank you very much.
Senator Pearl.
Well, thank you, Madam President. So I have had the good fortune, I guess, if you want to call it that. I'm on my third year here, and I'm now about to start on my third aide. I started my first year with Peter O'Neill. He's done a wonderful job, but he's taken a good promotion. He's gone upstairs. He's doing a fantastic job. And then a year and a half ago, Ryan took over, Ryan Malidi. We've had a great time. We've learned a lot together. It takes a little while to, get in sync with each other, but we've done it. And he always has everything ready for me. But he's, as Senator McHugh mentioned, he's going off to law school in Virginia, to Washington and Lee, and he'll do amazing. I know he will. You're a very smart young man, and I appreciate your talents. And you have a bright future ahead of you. You really do. So now I'm transitioning over to Trevor Courier. Trevor has been on job shadowing. Well, you were an intern first, and now he's moved over and going to be my aide. He's been job shadowing since about the beginning of June, kind of learning the ropes and learning me. I'm not really an easy person to learn. I'm 100 miles an hour all the time with my job tasks between the farm and here, and they never know what's going to hit them. I come in with things of eggs and maple syrup and whatever, and people are always coming in and picking stuff up in the office. But, that's what we do. We are citizen legislators. We do that. We have to live our lives. Our business lives outside of here, we figure out how to commingle them with the duties here. And that's what all of you give to us, is that ability to be part of our community, do our jobs, yet be part of this wonderful establishment here in this family that is the Senate. And it's really wonderful. Have to give a shout out to Kevin Condict. He's my aide in ED&A. The man's amazing. I can bang through 15 bills in exec session, I swear, in 20 minutes, and he's always got everything right there and right. And I'll stop sometimes. We're going too fast. Nope, keep going. So we keep going. But he's fantastic. Also, Max, I appreciate you. When Senator Avard had some health issues and I had to step up and sort of take over energy for a few weeks, and you had everything right there. It was an easy transition because I just had to pay attention, and you told me where we needed to be, and we did it. And so thank you for that. Really appreciate the extra effort. And LBA, you guys were amazing. It's my second term on finance, and I leaned on you a lot. You drafted a lot of legislation for me as we went, figured out the language, and thank you. I appreciate it. You made me look good at times when what I sent you didn't look like what you sent me back, thankfully. So I appreciate all the help. OLS, all of you, administrative rules, Doug, we've worked a lot together on other things, and just thank you. It really is amazing. We couldn't do this without you, so thank you.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank Deb. Deb's not here, though, right? Is she up here? No. Thank you, Deb, for training all the legislative aides, the committee aides, with the procedures. I watched her come in and work with my own aide, Declan, in the beginning, and she was so patient and just wonderful, and I know that he felt that she was a great resource for him being new here. Sonia, we would not be able to get through the committees without you. We show up, everything's just magically there, and you do such a great job supporting our committee aides, too. I don't know how many times I had to look over at Joshua or Ryan and be like, is this right? Am I doing this right? Is this vote next? And they were really great at just guiding us silently through all of it because of the support that you and Deb give them. So I really appreciate you guys. Declan, I do not know what Senator Carson thought putting us together. The shenanigans that are afoot in our office daily are just awesome. When I've had a stressful day or meeting, I come in and we have a really good time just sort of decompressing. But the way that you are able to help me with the research on policy when we put the bills forward, you really have a gift for policy. And I feel really blessed that you contribute to the conversations as much as you do. But the biggest thing that stands out to me is your compassion for the people that come to us and come for help. And that has stood out so much to me. We're kindred spirits, I think, in that way. But I'm so grateful for your help in every single day in what we do and trying to keep me on track and keeping me sane and talking me down when you need to. I don't think they pay you enough for that, but I really appreciate it. One thing that was not said about Virginia is that she also does she designs our our Christmas ornaments every year. And she does a fabulous job, and I have been told by a little birdie in the room that they are now available, so you might want to check those out on your way out. As the wife of a musician, I have to thank Gardner for keeping the sound on all the time. I know this is not the most modern of systems that we have, so I appreciate you. Thank you. Trisha, Marie, I just don't know how I would have gotten through this first year without you guys. You were so awesome. And Rick keeping my tail out of hot water, and Kate always making sure that if I had questions about policy, being there for me. Most of all, Senator Carson, Senator Birdsell, your leadership has been amazing, and I appreciate you both. Thank you.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank kindred spirits, Jen Becker, because I used to be in HR. I want to thank your team for everything they do. We get paid because of them. We get those that get benefits because of them, and we really appreciate everything that you do over there. The Sergeant at Arms, Sherry, Steve, Darren, thank you for keeping us safe. We really appreciate it. I think you're new this year, and you guys did a great job, and we love having you here. The Majority Office, we have Harold. How can we not have Harold around? He was so supportive of my China bill. Grant, I really appreciate everything you do. You are one of the smartest people I know, and the process and the policies that you put forth are unbelievable. I actually heard it from the House today. They wanted to know who developed some of the policies that we did today. No. I told them they can't have you. Kate, you have kept us out of hot water, and you are stellar at amendments. We could not have gotten through this session without you, and you are truly appreciated. Tricia? We've been working together for a long time. You're in a new role, and you are just going right into it, and you are great at it. And Peter, you too. Thank you for being who you are. You were when I was chair of transportation, you were my aide, and you've stepped right into this role, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you,
So, Marie. I've been with Marie for a long time. She knows me like the back of my hand. She knows when I need to eat. She knows. She makes sure that I eat. She makes sure that she gets back to constituents. She is just my confidant, my best friend here, and I can't thank you enough for everything that you do. And I want to thank Senator Carson. Senator Carson, you have done so well this year, and I really appreciate your leadership. It's a new role for both of us, and I think we're stepping into it, and I thank you for your help and your leadership.
Senator Long.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd like to thank Senator Perkins-Coca for her leadership and hard work that I find, and also Tom and Nick. And after serving 18 years in the other body, I was solely dependent upon myself. So coming to the Senate, I was kind of blown away that, first of all, I had somebody else sitting in my office that was supposed to help me. So Jessica, I want to thank you for all you've done. I learned quickly of your responsibility, and you gave me what I needed. I learned quickly how capable and how you could be trusted and relied upon. So I thank you for that, Jessica. Now, I'm number 20, and I've heard 19 others. My 33 years of advocating for workers, I'm looking at a 10% increase in salary. That's where I'm negotiating. That's where my negotiation starts. So thank you all for all you do. You make our job, you make my job a lot easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Perkins-Coca.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam President. Well, there's just
so many people in this room to thank, and I just want to echo the sentiments of so many here. We do this every year, and it's truly remarkable what a community this is, and so many of us do it out of love for this state. And so I just want to thank everyone here. To start out, I have to start with Jen Gallagher because like so many of the comments today, I think we need our staff. They help us function, but Jen had to jump in with my 3 overlapping Google calendars and try to figure out where things were going to fit in. As a mom of 3 little kids, there's things on my calendar that might not be on every senator's calendar, but it's just been really great to have a friend in the office, and just someone who greets us every day with a smile, no matter what is going on in this building, which can be an adventure. So I really appreciate that, Jen. Nick and Tommy, I want to thank you guys for joining our office. You have been absolutely indispensable. I think you heard it from your fellow senators, but we appreciate your voice. We appreciate your expertise. We appreciate your incredible hard work, and I'm so glad you're here, so thank you for being here. Tammy, this place would not run without you. You have been incredible, and I don't know that we all can appreciate all that you do, but I also just want to thank you also for being a kind person, a wonderful presence in this building. I think you're just a light in a lot of what we do every day and a lot of the stress. So thank you so much for being here. OLF, yeah, thank you. And just being my first year in leadership, there's so many pieces of this building that make it work. And so, of course, we so appreciate all the hard work that OLS puts in. I know you do that at all hours. I know Courtney's answered a lot of my questions, but we just want to thank you. And I know as we head into next year, we'll try to be more reasonable with our requests. LVA, I haven't been in finance, but boy, have I seen all the hard work you guys have put in. And so just want to thank you. It's a really hard job, and you decipher all of what's going on. And I've said several times, nobody would know what was going on if LVA wasn't here. Ryan from IT, you've helped a lot of us with a lot of things. And so I just wanted to thank you for that. And Terry, you've taken really good care of our members as we move from LOB to the annex, and we still have a couple other things we want to bring to your attention, but they've all been really great, and we know you're managing a lot, so it constantly amazes me that there's 5 construction projects going on and you still always have time for us, so we appreciate it. Virginia, we appreciate your smile. Jen, thanks you so much when I was coming in, and just thank you to all of you, really amazing work.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. Where to begin? First of all the staff in this room, I want to just thank everyone for not just making the 24 of us look good, you really make the whole building look good. And you all work together so well, it's really amazing. So you make our jobs a lot easier. All the aides working together, all the communication that goes around. I mean, for the amount of things bouncing around, there's not as much miscommunication as people would think. I think we do. I have to thank all of you for that. I got to thank a little bit. There's still some, but no one's perfect, right? In all honesty, it's now my 3rd year as being a state senator, and I've gone through 3 aides, and hopefully no one reads too far into that and why that happened. One's going to law school, one got a promotion, and now here he is, the man right here, Joshua. This man is excellent, and if anyone does try to recruit him for anything that doesn't involve me, I would take personal offense to it, because first of all, he knows not only how to manage my calendar and make sure it's up to date, he also knows to remind me to look at my calendar to make sure, because there's no point in putting anything in there if I don't look at it. How many times? 20, 30 times? I even said, well, it's not on my calendar. He's like, did you look at it? I'm like, uh-oh. I bet it's in there, isn't it? So, but honestly, he keeps everything together. He catches on to things so fast. He even brings a Diet Coke from time to time, just hands it. I'm like, oh, thank you. How'd you know I was thirsty? I don't know how he knew. Amazing. But he's doing a great job, and we're very fortunate to have him on Children and Family Law. That was a small committee, right? There was only 3 of us on there, but we kept it together, and he kept us on track. Also keeps me on time. One time I was trying to hide out and sneak a lunch in, and Joshua actually found me hiding. I don't know who told on me and told him where I was, but he went and got me into judiciary and made sure I did my duty. But honestly, I can't thank you enough. Keep up the good work. And just for everyone else, you know, in the majority office and the minority office, I just want to thank everyone for working together and, you know, putting up with my sense of humor. I know it can be taxing sometimes. You guys probably can agree to that. It can be a little tough to deal with, but I think we all work together. And like, listen, we're friends, we're family now. Like, we all work together, and let's keep doing this. I just want to thank everyone involved. Thank you.
Senator Gannon?
Josh, I'll come back to you. Gina, thank you for playing with the fourth graders with me. Don't we have fun? I don't know if you do the games like we do, but we always have a mock little session. We vote on something, and you keep me in line. One year I went a little astray, and maybe the topic was a little high. Tricia, you're still my fairy godmother. You still watch over us. I know you're busy, and I lean on you sometimes when I shouldn't. Let's see. Everyone, thank everyone. You all do wonderful work. Sue Prentice, I'm going to thank you. You're sort of like staff to me, because I come to you when I'm in trouble on a bipartisan thing. Remember our aging bills? You helped me get that through. I had a thing for high school kids, the system of care. You helped me with that, system of care for aging. I got all these bills through because you helped me get them through with the, you know, the bad side, the dark side. I'm only kidding. Kidding, Perkins Coca. That was a joke. But thank you. I appreciate it. And we're going to get the amputee bill through next year. John Hunt gets nothing for Christmas from any of us. Sorry, John, but it's true. Senator Carson and Birdsell, you know I think you're the best people for these jobs. You do wonderful with us. We're not always easy to steer, but you've done a terrific job. You too, Regina, you keep me in line sometimes when we're in our little judiciary meetings. Even today when I was going to, you know I wanted to joke about mushrooms. I had tons of, she's like, no, stay on course. And she cut it, which she knows when to cut me off. It's like my wife. She just, boom, that's it. Pete, you know I'm a hot mess half the time, especially I don't care about procedurally. I just want to talk about the bills and talk about the substance of the policy. I need you to keep me going in the right direction. With all the committee members, we work as a team in there. It's a great team. Now, Joshua, my newlywed young man, you're like the son I never had. I do have one, but you're like the one I didn't have that I don't know about. But you have done a fantastic job with me. I'm sorry. And he is the straightest arrow. He is wonderful. I was going astray on the mushrooms. I was considering going to the dark side. And you said, what's your compass, Senator Cannon? And you keep me on point. You knew where I wanted to be. You also have helped me with constituents all over the place. You have learned tons from Tricia. She has taught you. You have taken her energy and you've sucked it in and you have done well. You're getting me the sign for the guy, the constituents. I said one point, I was like, who's calling in? You didn't have a good answer for me. And then since then, boom, you have picked up this one called, this one called, this one called. He wants this, he wants that. And so we are going straight forward. You're doing an awesome job. Have a great honeymoon starting Sunday. You know I had that little talk to you, so be gentle. And that is it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Senator Altshuler, I think that's going to be a hard act to follow.
I don't know how to follow the Hot Mess Express, but all right, yeah, okay. Ban cleanup. All right, Kevin, you are very, very good at your job. You are very good at your job, and I am grateful. I really am grateful for your professionalism, for your good humor, and most, especially your flexibility. Flexibility. Things move quickly in our office. I wonder actually how accurate your job description was when you were hired for this. And were you told that you were going to be managing the schedule of a senator whose district is so in love with meetings? Just loves meetings, so many meetings, and that the constituents would be active, involved, and on the phone on the daily. I wonder if anyone told you that that was how it was going to roll. And were you told that your constituent service list was going to be rolling and rolling? And when we were able to close out one, 6 more are coming up behind, and you managed all of that and kept me on track for 4 committees. I really appreciate that. And you know, and some of you may know, I love my research. I want to know all the things before committee, and I take folders home, which apparently the aides don't like it when you do that. So thank you for your patience. And you managed the heavy workload of ED&A and wrote dozens and dozens and dozens of committee reports. And I am told from other members that they're really good, they're really well done. So if you need summer reading, ED&A reports. I know that you run on sugar-free Red Bull Dunks and Pringles, so I hope that this is a summer full of decaf and salad. I really do. Yeah, thank you, thank you. The bougie bunker was epic. I appreciated it. And Sophie, you also made it so. I appreciate your assistance as well, and thank you both for indulging on my obsession with lamp lighting and candy. Yeah, thank you. And you should know how hard that Sophie works to rein in the king of opossums. It's not an easy job. It's really not an easy job. I want to give a shout out to fellow Stratham resident, Virginia. I really do enjoy working with you, and thank you for your good humor and your staff, because you all are the keeper of stories. So thank you. OLS. You guys are the best. Thank you for being so lovely when I come in with I have this idea. Can we do this in an amendment? Thank you. Nick and Tommy, you were dumped into the deep end of the pool and immediately learned how to synchronize swim. Like champs. And it is that you can manage the Magic 8 Raucous Caucus. Well done. Well done, and happy Pride, everyone.
Senator Rosenwald?
Thank you. Sitting here listening for the last 45 minutes to the accolades of the staff, I realized how well everyone works together and how really we all like each other. And I think a lot of that has to do with your leadership, Madam President. And so I'd like to thank you for your leadership over the year and wish you a very peaceful, quiet, happy summer with a lot of knitting.
Thank you. Thank you. I had more people I wanted to thank, but I didn't want to dominate all the time. I call them the upstairs crew. They're the people that work in the Senate President's office. Tricia, you've made a great transition. You are our majority caucus leader. You keep us straight, you manage the caucus, and you do a fabulous job. Peter, he walked out. I think he's chasing after me more than Matthew does. And I think they sometimes work in tandem to try to catch me before I'm off going someplace. But again, I appreciate all the work Pete does for us. Grant, I can't say enough about Grant. He is an encyclopedia of political knowledge. He is fabulous to work with, and he always offers good advice. You know, maybe, Senator, you shouldn't do that. Why don't you think about this? So I appreciate everything you do. Rick Lehman, our Senate attorney, again, I think he's gone. He's fabulous as well. He always picks up the phone every time I have a question. Doesn't matter if it's during the day or if it's on the weekend. And I've worked with Rick for a number of years when I was the chair of Judiciary. Now he has the pleasure of working with Senator Gannon. I can't say enough about Rick and the legal advice that he gives us. Marie, you're also upstairs. Sometimes you're like, Senator Carson, you know. She looks out for me as well, and I really and truly appreciate that. Nicole, who's not here today, our receptionist, she's awesome. She goes above and beyond her duty. She volunteers to do a lot of work, and she really is one of those folks that we really and truly appreciate. What can I say about my chief of staff, Harold? He's someone that, what are you doing? Where are you going? What's going on? You don't tell me anything. So he's always there, and he's there for me, keeps me informed about all kinds of issues that are going on, and his advice is invaluable. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate your time and your advice. So thank you very much. Again, OLS, you folks have done terrific, and I want to thank all of you for your hard work. We couldn't get through this session. We had a rough start, but with all of your help, it all evened out, and we made progress. We kept our deadlines, and everything worked out very well. So thank you very much. Jen Becker and the people that work with you, again, we went to that electronic system, little bumpy at first, but we got the hang of it, and now I believe the senators are working very well with it, so thank you. Our IT folks, always there, and I answer all my questions, which are crazy, and I appreciate you going, Senator, you need to do this. I will admit I'm technologically challenged, and they treat me with respect while looking at me like, oh my God. So I really and truly appreciate that. There's one person in here that is just, I can't say enough about, and that is Kate. We work so well together. We've bonded over tea and cats. And we trade cat pictures both back and forth. But she is always there when we need her. She always acts in a very, very professional manner. And I'm very pleased that you work with us, Kate, and I want you to know how much I appreciate you. I want to also thank Chris Vetter. He's kind of been my shadow for a couple of weeks, and I've come to really appreciate all the work that he does. We've had great conversations. He probably knows a little bit too much about me, but he's wonderful to work with, wonderful to bounce ideas off about security, and I really appreciate his support and everything that he has done for me. OLS, I don't know how you put up with me, seriously. I had never served on a finance committee, and I think I spent more time with you folks trying to understand the budget and how it works. And I really appreciate your patience and your expertise. So thank you very, very much. I would also like to call out the members of the Senate Finance Committee, led by Senator Gray, co-chaired by Senator Innes, Senator Birdsell, Senator Pearl, Senator Lang, Senator Rosenwald, and Senator Waters. I think I've got everybody, for putting up with me and my silly questions in trying to understand the budget and how it works. Your help, your patience, your expertise has made me a better legislator, and I really appreciate all of your time. With that, I'm going to ask the staff to leave so we can conclude our business for the day. Yep, me too. We just need to get out of here. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Lang.
So Monday we had, as some of you know, in the House, Senator Pearl and I formed the Beer Caucus, and we've had several fundraising events over the years to support the Liberty House, domestic violence shelters, and otherwise. This last Monday, we had our Legislative Golf Classic. It was a great success. We had bipartisan support. Senator Kara was there. Dave was there. We had lots of senators come play. We had lots of senators come support the program. And I'm happy to announce that our charity this year was Liberty House. And if you don't know what that is, that's a transitional home for veterans to help them move from homelessness to productive members of society, working them through all of their issues. It's a great program. This year we raised $21,000 for them and their program. So I want to thank all the senators that helped support and sponsor that program and came and played. We had a great time. However, the poison ivy on my feet says I hit really bad golf balls. But again, thank you all of you individually for participating or contributing. It was a great success, and the organization very much appreciates it.
Are there any further announcements? Senator Birdsell.
And I ask for unanimous consent.
Yes.
I just want to thank the Senate for a historic session. Today we passed a budget that fully funds the DD wait list. It maintains the Medicaid rates. It protects the community mental health centers and spends nearly $2.2 billion for educating our children. Prior to this, we also passed the CPACER bill and other bills that reduce barriers to housing. To new housing. We passed the bail, finally got the bail reform done. We banned the sanctuary cities. We increased penalties for crimes and human trafficking, which I think is really important. We protected our children from AI images, and we're protecting women's spaces. We've expanded school choice for New Hampshire families. We're getting the students off their cell phones, and finally passing a Parents' Bill of Rights. This year, the Senate delivered on its promises to the people of New Hampshire. I'm proud of the work we've done. I look forward to continuing that work in the next year, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other announcements to come before the Senate? Okay. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
Before I close out, I just want to thank all of you for being here. We've had a very good session. A lot of bipartisan legislation was passed, and it couldn't have happened without all of you here in this room with your dedication to your constituents as well as to the state of New Hampshire. So please go off, have a wonderful summer, spend time with your friends, with your family, enjoy a beautiful New Hampshire summer, and we'll see you again sometime in the fall. So, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair. Enjoy your summer.